Ahoy, hoy. Ahoy, hoy, hoy. Ahoy, hoy, 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 hoy. Good morning.
Morning.
It's Monday. Beautiful Monday morning. I woke up and I left the house. I was like, my God, it's beautiful out here. And then when it's this nice and gets this light early, everyone hits the roads earlier.
Yeah.
Was it busy for you on the way in, Laura?
It's pretty busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought I was late all morning because I kept looking out the window. I'm like, why is it daytime?
It's a different kind of sun, too. It's the sun that you know is going to be hot.
Uh-huh.
At 7:30 this morning, it's going to be over 70 degrees.
Wow.
So expect a day like none other.
So what's going to be the hardest point of the day? Like 3 or 4 in the afternoon usually?
We're going ham way late today, 4 p.m., and then it's going to stay hot all the way into the night. It will start to give you a little bit of a relief just after 9 o'clock tonight.
And there have been some closures because of the heat. We'll get to that here in just a second. But it is going to be a pretty warm day. So
toasty.
You guys and gals who are working outside today, man, what did Johnny Drama say on Entourage, Drew?
You got to hydrate.
Got to hydrate, bro. Got to hydrate.
That's right.
So make sure you drink lots of water. And I just know like the Gold Bond comes in handy on days like today.
Oh,
the guys
gotta
and
prevent
gals
the chafing.
Yeah, if you're outside all day, there's no way you could do it without some sort of a product.
You got to pour it down the front of your pants like you're salting a steak or something.
That's right.
You know, you just open that thing up and
Heavy
sprinkle. Yeah. So, be safe this morning. Let's do, real fast, this later on today, we've got tickets to The Offspring.
Yes.
And we got those all week long for the show that is coming up September 4th at Cascades, the Tanner, Drew, and Laurie Amphitheater.
That's right.
7:30 this morning. Listen for your Offspring tickets in the meantime.
Let's get it on. And now, the big story.
It's time for the big story, where we go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Who wants to go first?
Laura opened her mouth. Laura opened her mouth, and I was like, I'd already made noise. I think the big story, guys, is just piggybacking on what we're talking about. It's going to be hot, and Portland Public Schools is going to be ready for it because this is something I never remember happening growing up, but they will be shutting down 3 hours early because of the heat. All after-school programs as well are canceled, and the childcare program is also off, so you got to figure out all this stuff. Also, things like Head Start also closing, so you're going to have to, if you're a parent who's at work, you might want to ask your boss if you can get out a little early today because your kids are going to be on the run.
Right. Jeez. I don't ever remember this happening when we were in school, but also I don't remember it getting super hot when we were in school.
100%. I've never remembered just cooking in a classroom. In the summer, it'd be a little warmer, but to have it happen during the scheduled school year is something that is brand new.
And again, it's supposed to get up to 94 degrees today. So
Damn, son.
And none of those buildings have an AC setup that's sufficient.
Right.
Yeah, I think the big story, you guys, is that Fleet Week is over. Womp womp. And that means the ships are leaving today, this morning, right in the middle of rush hour. Drivers using the Broadway, Steel, and Burnside bridges in downtown Portland should expect delays this morning. The Rose Festival fleet is leaving. The departures are set for 7 to 11 a.m. While
they couldn't do that in the afternoon?
Guess
or overnight?
Not. Yeah.
Like late night last night would have been nice just to get past the bridges.
Yeah, I mean, it was Sunday night. What better time to do it?
Yeah, well, they're doing it Monday morning instead. So while the Steel Bridge is raised, shuttle buses are going to be running in place of MAX trains. So it's going to impact you if you ride the train as well. And buses that typically use the open bridges will just use other bridges. But in any case, expect delays if you're in the area.
I think the big story of the day is Father's Day is coming this weekend. So it's time to get all your daddy ducks in a row, right?
Yeah.
People are expected to spend $24 billion this year for Father's Day. Well, it's going to be record spending.
Wow.
This is according to National Retail Federation, which I didn't even know was a thing.
Me either.
Yeah.
National Retail Federation. More than 7%. That's more of a 7% jump than last year, $24 billion. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way. This year, of course, it's on June 15th, and average spending is expected to come in just under $200, and most people will shop online.
I got a question, though. Like, every year, it's like record spending. This is crazy. Does that factor in inflation and the fact that everything just costs more? I don't think
I
we're
think that's the
spending
one-
more on dad on purpose.
I think that's the
it's
one
just-
part of the story they're leaving out.
Yeah.
It's like nobody's spending more. It's just
Yeah,
that
like I love it more this year.
everything
yeah.
costs more.
Yeah, the price goes up. But luckily for me, my dad is becoming exhausted with the casual gifting.
Yeah.
So he wants an experience. He wants to go hang out with his boys. So,
That's funny.
You know, like it's nice on the pocketbook too. But you know, you
For
still get him
sure.
something. But he's like, don't buy me a barbecue to prove that I'm a good dad. Let's
Yeah.
go.
I got
good
have
do
a
something.
beer.
I got
go for a hike.
13 barbecues because
exactly.
kids keep doing the same thing.
Exactly.
My
So it's
grandmother
nice.
Mimi has made a declaration and has told the family no more
gifts.
gifts. I'm done with gifts. She's 92,
I guess
93.
when you get to a certain age, it's like, what am I going to do with all this
Yeah.
stuff?
She
Yeah.
said, she goes, don't buy me any gifts anymore. I don't want it. You know, like it's just, you get to a certain age, stuff doesn't matter. You don't want any more stuff.
It's about enjoying time with your family. And
In big families, the gifts become pretty redundant. It's just like you're constantly buying gifts for what?
Yeah,
Like
right.
They get what they want.
All right, coming up later on, those Offspring tickets we'll have for you. Also, we're going to check your talkback messages, so download our iHeartRadio app for your cell phone today.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, it's going to be another scorcher today. It looks like the weather reports are saying it's going to hit 94 degrees today.
Oh.
Yep.
Which is pretty hot. I think it got pretty much that hot yesterday.
But with no reprieve this time. So we only went down to 68, I think, and then right back up. So hot addicts, too.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to know this morning, how did you beat the heat over the weekends? Maybe you got a pool. Maybe you get the luxury of having a pool at your house, and you just floated around on that all weekend. Or maybe you went to the Clackamas Aquatic Park or something. Maybe you went to the river. Maybe you just got drunk so you didn't feel it.
Which is, God, it was just thick.
It was very hot. Yeah.
It's a good day to just like sit inside in front of your AC unit, let it blast cold air all over you.
Right.
Yeah, if you've got one.
So
Yeah.
over the weekend, Drew, I know on Friday you were like, I'm not turning on the AC over the weekend, but it sounds like it got a little warm.
Yeah, so, with the temperatures not coming down, nobody's safe, including me. So about Saturday, I don't know, about 2 o'clock, it was already 76 degrees inside, and with no air moving, 76 is different than AC set to 70-something because there's no flow, and fans weren't doing it, so I popped her on. I went out there and I took a leaf blower and dusted her off for the season. And
Probably a good idea, yeah.
And then fired her up.
Yeah, man. It's probably your family was probably grateful.
Yeah, but it wasn't
felt
hot
nice in there.
till that moment, because we've been good until then. But I'm glad to have it now. But it's old. Remember, like when Amy was pregnant with my second kid 8 years ago, it broke, and I put a Band-Aid on it. And 8 years it's been Band-Aided, so I don't turn it down very low. I keep it up at 74 or 75.
Yeah, you don't.
So do you keep it on the whole
stress it
time
out.
now? Is it something
Yeah,
that you
it
like
just
turn
stays
it
on.
off and turn it on?
No, it stays on. But, if we go back down into the 60s, which it looks like it's going to later in the week, I might pop her off for another week. Mm-hmm. But
So
for now, it's on.
Yeah, this morning we'd love to know how'd you beat the heat this weekend? Excuse me. How do you plan to beat the heat today? 866-445-1059 is the phone number. Maybe you're taking work off, and since school's getting out early, and you're going to the river, and float the river some. I still
man.
feel like that you're
That'd
gonna
be
get a
nice.
sunburn. Like a mother.
Float the river on a Monday?
Yeah.
Feels like they're canceling a lot of afternoon events, so you're free to go and get that cool down somewhere.
98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. How did you beat the heat over the weekend? You can also shoot us a talkback message if you're rocking us on our iHeartRadio app. If you don't got it, download it for your cell phone. Laura, what did you do over the weekend? I think you said you were going to go paddleboarding.
Yeah, so Drew hooked it up for you, girl. His parents are out of town. So he's like, come on over. We'll go to the lake. So I scooted all over there, and they have paddleboards. So I just grabbed one and paddled around Lake Oswego. So I got to see how the other half live, you guys. And
I think it's funny too because I think I saw a picture that you posted, and it's like Laura goes out there paddleboarding and she brings a book.
She had so much gear.
Yeah,
I
she's
know.
got a book. She's got a beer with her.
I got snacks.
She got snacks. And,
Yeah.
she's just out there
I was prepared.
floating
But
around.
Yeah.
man, your parents' neighborhood is so cute. And then you get out into like the actual lake area, and I'm like, what do these people do for work?
Yeah, I know.
What? Like, there's this one.
Let's clarify that where my parents live and where you went are two different places.
Yeah, right.
It's very nice, but when you get out to the main lake, it's like villains in movies live out
Yes, like,
there.
and I'm sure you know that house I'm talking about that looks like a museum. Like, it's just like a gray concrete, like, square, very modern. And it's like at
the point.
Yeah, and I'm just like, who lives here? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And then I felt like I was like breaking the rules, like even like paddling near it. I'm like, are there gonna be like dogs coming out and like chasing me off? But it was seriously like the most beautiful, serene day of my life, even though it was 1,000,000 degrees outside.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot.
Being by the water is just nice, I feel like today people got to find water.
How did you beat the heat over the weekend? We got a text here, and this one says that they actually got into the hot tub late on Saturday.
Whoa.
Because when you get out of the hot tub, everything feels cool.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Hot tubs, though, God, man, they're tough to deal with when you're in the snow.
Yeah, he probably didn't have it very hot, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that probably. But, there is the shock factor. You go from one temperature to the other. Maybe that's his key.
What did you do to beat the heat this weekend? 866-445-1059. I was going to go hiking, and I beat the heat by not going
Not
hiking.
doing that, yeah.
Probably smart.
I decided, I was like, you know what? I just, I don't want to do it. When I took Cooper hiking like 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was so hot that his little paws got burned.
Yeah, that Cooper wouldn't have. He would have been miserable out there if you
Yeah.
would have taken him over the weekend.
Yeah, just getting your heart rate up in that heat's not the best. I did one other beat the heat other than just turning on an AC unit. I did a little driveway car wash,
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know if you saw the green slime was off of the top and sides of my car.
Very nice. Yeah. So how long
One of
did
the
you
dirtiest
spend?
cars you've
Yeah,
ever
wasn't
seen.
it like over a year since you washed your car?
I think so.
Yeah,
I
but
really
like,
think
so-
it is a year.
Was it like inside outside, or did you just do the outside?
So it's a 3-part job. So I've done phase 1, which is to scrub that bad boy. I mean, it took forever and it's still dirty. So I just got all the outside layer, and then I'm gonna take an old electric toothbrush and get at all the grime and the cracks and
Ooh,
crevices.
that's a
But
good idea.
I hate washing my car when it's cold. So the
Yeah.
heat is the only time I really go do it handmade.
What did you do to beat the heat this weekend? 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. It's going to be 94 degrees today, so just keep that in mind, fellas, if you're working outside, ladies, and if you're working road crew. I passed a road crew the other day, and it was like 2 or 3 ladies on the squad. So
That concrete's
Get
just
it.
cooking.
also, schools are being released 3 hours early today.
In Portland Public, I'm not.
Portland Public Schools.
And I can do some research and see what other districts. I'm guessing there's going to be some piggybacking on that.
Yeah, I would imagine they just wait to see what
You just
they do.
Domino
and then
effect.
So yeah, it's gonna be warm today. What'd you do? 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
an SGA for the Thunder, 34 points, and even seen taunting a guy that he hits a shot over and just looks at him and says, too small, and jogs away. So, yeah, it's a tough deal when the guy's just got that kind of points and then he just points out that you've got a small issue on your hands. 1-1 now, this one moving to Indiana where it will be a pretty wild crowd. There was also a wild crowd out for Carlos Alcaraz as he went into one of the craziest tennis matches of all time. Jannik Sinner was his opponent. Number 1 versus number 2 in the world. These guys are 22 and 23 years old. They are the brand new face of tennis, and maybe it's going to put some life into it because down 2-0, which is normally a death sentence, Carlos Alcaraz came battling back and wins 3 straight sets, including multiple tiebreakers at the end of this one, and brings home the French Open title. Afterwards, he thanked the wild crowd for their help.
Can't thank enough to you for the great support during the whole week. For today's match was you were really important. You always be in my heart. So thank you very much, buddy.
These guys played tennis for 5.5 hours. Wow. I don't know how you do a sport for that long, but drink your Gatorade. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. We would like to know this morning how you beat the heat over the weekend and how you plan to beat the heat today. It's going to be a scorcher, 94 degrees today, which means in like parking lots, it's going to be 100 and something. Because I remember when I worked at Target by the Clackamas Town Center, I was a cart attendant. I had to return the carts and go out there on a 95-degree day, but the parking lot's 101 because of the asphalt. And so if you're like those guys, you got to think about the cart attendants.
It's true.
Think about your local cart attendant.
Yeah. And also,
it's hard work.
If I see a dog in a parked car today,
I will smash your window.
I am smashing windows.
Yeah.
Now, the Teslas, they stay on, don't they? Like, I think
they might have like a little AC
like,
situation.
yeah, if your car's
check
on
the car if it's got pet mode.
Right.
If you break a window, you're going to be upset.
Like if your car's on and like there's a note on it that says, "Hey, don't smash my window."
Yeah, the AC's on.
All right, I'll allow it.
I'll oblige.
We want to know, how are you beating the heat this morning? We got some talkback messages coming in through the iHeartRadio app.
What up, Brew Crew? Happy Monday. Bing bong.
Bing bing.
What I did to beat the heat, I made a big investment into my house. I upgraded the central air system.
Nice.
It cost me a pretty penny, but over the weekend, it was worth it.
I bet.
100% worth it.
Hey, happy Monday, Brew Crew. Saturday, I did my third stand-up set, and it was outdoors, so it was hot and miserable. So Sunday, we went to the Sandy River, and we got ice cream at Sugar Pine Drive-In.
Nice.
And, we were elbow to elbow with everybody in the river, baby. Bing bong.
Text messages are coming in on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This one's from 6525. It says, I did not beat the heat. I ran the barbecue for a graduation party Saturday, doing dogs and burgers. Sunday, we did another graduation party.
There were so many of those parties going on in my neighborhood.
2978 says, we went camping in the Tillamook State Forest, stayed in the shade and the trees all weekend. Fat Thor says they beat the heat by, he was a master of ceremonies at the Stronger Skate Park competition. And they have AC. I guess it's inside.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
This is thanks for showing up and cheering on your boy, by the way, haters. I didn't even know it was going down.
Yeah, got you. Bro. Yeah,
know.
I didn't know until I saw him holding a microphone on Instagram. So
really?
Maybe give us a heads up next time.
I didn't even see that.
Thor.
3049 says, I had to renew my membership at the Evergreen Aviation and Space Museum, so I headed out there and watched a couple of IMAX films that they show, and the theater was nice and cool.
I bet.
Then went and mooched off my mom and dad's AC.
Oh, yeah. Find a way.
How did you beat the heat over the weekend? This text from 1110 says, beat the heat by pressure washing. That's got to be pretty nice. That's just satisfying to do, too. I love it.
But I feel like that's a lot of work out in the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're getting some splashback, you just let it come back at you a little bit.
1116 says, I want to give a shout out to the Timbers Army. Kickoff was at 4 p.m. yesterday, right in the middle of the heat of the day.
And they are in the sun, right?
Yeah, even though the sun was baking all of us and it was miserable, the Army stayed tough and cheered our boys onto a 2-1 victory over St. Louis. Go Timbers.
I've been to some really hot Timbers games, and yeah, you got to, if you got a seat, you better stay and bring it.
Do you still got to rock the scarf?
Yeah, then you lose the scarf.
Listen to this. 8351 says, it was so hot yesterday, I left a grapefruit seltzer water in my car and it exploded.
Oh, my God.
No.
Whoa.
I mean, I believe that. Yikes.
More of your calls and texts coming up. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Offspring tickets all this week. We'll have your shot coming up here in about 30 minutes or so. If you want to see them at the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater in September.
That's right.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, the Offspring's great live. I've seen them, I don't know, like half a dozen times, I think.
Wowza. And Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory are going to be there as well.
That's going to be a great show. I love Newfound Glory.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much Jimmy Eat World, huh?
Whatever. I mean,
What do you got against Jimmy Eat World? They got some bangers.
I just thought that, let us take some time to that was cheesy.
Yeah, well, this is like overplayed, but like they have better songs.
Yeah.
They'll probably go first or what?
Ooh, I don't know. I think Newfound Glory will go first.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
No,
just guessing.
really, you think?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
my
think.
goodness.
I don't know.
All right, we'll have tickets here around 7:30 this morning. So lately, there's been a lot of talk about celebrities and their drug use. It seems to be in the news a lot lately. I like it when celebrities who are sober now talk about their drug use and you know what they did to overcome it.
Pull back the curtain.
Looks like there are a handful of celebrities who were talking about drugs. That leads us to our new segment, Celebrity Drugs. Bing, bing. Thank you.
All right.
You got it.
So, in today's first edition of Celebrity Drugs, Miley Cyrus, little Hannah Montana herself.
Oh man, you remember that video of her smoking salvia?
I never saw that video.
That was bonkers.
What did she do?
She just was laughing and laughing, but then afterwards she said it was like one of the worst experiences of her life.
Oh, well, she's laughing a lot. Doesn't sound terrible. But probably the come down, right?
Yeah, the back end of like what goes up must come down.
Yeah.
Well, Miley Cyrus shared how she concealed drug purchases from her accountant.
Oh.
You know, accountant can't know that. Can't know
why
you're
are-
buying all this ecstasy or whatever that she was buying.
Right.
Yeah, what's the move?
So she was on a podcast called Every Single Album, and she explained how she would disguise her largest expenses during the making of her 2015 album. She was just buying a lot of drugs at the time. Here's what she said.
The drugs were the biggest
The
cost
drugs
item?
were the biggest cost,
Yeah.
which to hide those from my accountant, we called them vintage clothes. And so she would get these
That
checks
happens on touring all the
of
time.
thousands
Yeah.
of dollars worth of vintage clothes.
Yeah.
And every time she saw me, she'd be like, where's that like $15,000 original John Lennon t-shirt that you bought? It's like, oh, it's upstairs. Would you like some?
We just really want to protect it. It's really delicate, the fabric. Got to take care
So
of
I bought
it.
a lot of vintage clothes that year.
It's amazing.
Jeez.
$15,000
For what? That must have been like a brick of cocaine or
Yeah,
something.
well, it's like to make the album is what they're saying. So that's just probably in the drawer.
Jeez.
Big old pile of
a
dust.
drawer in a bag.
Yeah.
Wrapped in, something. That's $15,000 on blow. And she's so tiny.
You can hear that drip in her throat.
You can
though.
hear it
Yeah,
still.
You can hear that deviated
to this
septum.
day.
It's just, I never breathed the same after that album.
Also, in celebrity drugs, actor Jason Biggs, who I believe is the kid from American Pie, right?
Yeah, he's in recovery now. So he's talking.
Yeah.
Well, he opened up on another podcast called Well with Arel Lore. I don't know who that is. Anyway, some person.
With some head.
And apparently he was talking about a chaotic night fueled by drugs. After hiding cocaine in his own trash can to resist temptation, he later retrieved it. And, but he had tossed it in a stranger's trash bin.
Oh.
But,
Oh, man.
he had to go back. So it was Jason Biggs.
It wore off. I was like, I got to get that bag.
I mean.
And I literally drove down the hill, parked, opened up this person's trash bin, opened up the Starbucks container with coffee in it, pulled the wet coffee baggie out of the thing. It was still sealed, of course.
Right, so that was still dry.
Dried it off, drove back home, and finished the bag.
Had dumped it in the coffee, do you think you would have driven down and gotten the coffee and drank the coffee? Yeah.
That's a really good question.
I probably would have.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had to bleep cocaine. But
Yeah.
whatever.
Aggressive.
Well, we don't want the kids getting any ideas.
Well, if that's not an idea on why you shouldn't be getting into it, is do you want to be rummaging through strangers' trash cans?
Cause you to have sex with pies, kids. Don't do it.
Yep. It all started with a pie.
Well, there it is. Celebrity drugs. Lots of celebrities on things, recovering from things.
Yeah.
They like to tell you about it after.
After the fact,
While you're on
Yeah.
it, you're all shifty and weird about it.
I do like that, though. Who is it? Charlie Sheen will talk about it, because I think he's sober now, but
well, he's at least off the mountaintop.
That was something. That was an era.
Watch me burn publicly.
I think it's really good for people, who are currently addicted to hear from a recovering addict, on how it was difficult, but you can do it. I think I think it's really good that they tell their stories. So
it's a good message that you can get out, because it seems impossible for so many.
Right. 98197. That is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. Also, we have your Offspring tickets today. We've got them all week, actually, but your next shot's coming up here around 7:30 this morning. Happy Monday. We are commercial free. It's 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Happy Monday. So Laura found this list online here. It's a list of sounds that the younger generation just won't understand. They won't recognize, but when we hear them, we'll get all the feels.
Nostalgic.
Yeah,
Yes.
get all nostalgic. Right, exactly. There's a whole list here of sounds, and when I went to the YouTubes to like type in some of these old sounds, they all started coming back. Like some of the things you'd see before a movie or at the end of a movie.
That at the time you passed off as just noise, but then they're locked in as a part of your memory.
Yeah, then they disappear, and you never see them again, but you'll never forget them. Like there was one production company intro you'd see in old movies, and it would be like, you'd hear it was like a star shooting through the sky, and I think it was the camera was looking out the window, and then a little kid's voice would come on and would just say, Deke.
Oh, that's right.
It was like DIC.
Yeah, I remember that, and we would always be like, wait, that looks a
lot like Dick.
Yeah, it does.
So, we better put a little kid saying the proper pronunciation on that.
Deke. So I just remember that. I remember,
Like before.
boom, 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 boom.
Oh, that was at the end of was that The Simpsons?
A lot of cartoons. I do feel like it was cartoons.
With the production companies associated with cartoons or TV shows.
Mm-hmm. Or before a movie. Was it like the TRX or...
Yeah. It's a THX.
And then you knew it was on.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't run that before theaters
anymore.
No,
it's long gone now.
They do not.
But we found this list here, and it is pretty interesting, and it's a bunch of sounds that the younger generation just won't understand. There's 17 sounds in this list. Casey Kasem on the radio is one of them. I remember listening to You remember listening to Casey Kasem?
I mean, he's probably still on the air somewhere, right?
Yeah, they do. They rerun
it for sure.
The sound that Kit made on Knight Rider.
Yeah, what is that, like a boom?
It was like a
yeah, there it is.
I loved it. That was one of my favorite shows growing up, so this sound right here. Yeah. That was just the little red light scanner.
And I bet they thought that was so futuristic, and like listening to it now, it's not much.
Oh, but also like hearing that without context, it's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I mean,
like if you wake up in the middle of the night and you hear that in your bedroom, and you're like, "Oh my god,
we're all gonna die."
Yeah.
One of the other things on on this list here is the little static discharge fizzle when you turn off and on a tube TV.
Yeah, I missed that. Like I feel like it was like you're coming in hot.
Right.
Even just like the chunk of turning on a tube TV.
Or some of the grandma level TV had a sound and a clunk that kind of went as you turn that dial.
So we'll go through the top 10 list here. Number 10 is the sound effect that younger kids just won't understand. I'm assuming because they use whiteboards now in classrooms, but the clapping out the chalkboard erasers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them just have a flat screen.
Yeah. Remember this sound right here? I think I got it. You'd always do it, and then like you do it into a kid's face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that used to be my job. I'd have to go out and clap out the erasers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 9 is that staticky sound from those great computer speakers when a call was coming in. Oh, I know that sound. I hated that sound. I always knew my phone was about to ring when your radio would go, or your speakers would go.
Yeah. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that. But that was
some radiation shooting through your body.
We probably.
It's a small tumor.
Did a number on our bodies. Yeah.
I don't have that sound effect.
It's kind of hard.
Oh, here it is.
It's kind of hard to explain. Yes.
There it is.
And then your phone starts ringing.
Yeah. Mom's calling.
Mom's calling. Oh my god.
The number 8 on the list here of sounds that the younger generation just won't remember is the squeak of the crank window. The squeak of the crank windows on cars.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You remember that?
Yeah, where you're kind of working the door. I really have not rolled down a window outside of like being in a classic car.
Yeah.
I haven't rolled down a window in like
ages.
Somebody picks you up and you're like, hey, did you go out? Sorry, you're going to have to crank that. Those days are over.
Now closing.
That one's not very good.
It's not. It's not very
Get
squeaky.
a little older. Our cars were more ratchet.
Yeah.
Mine was jacked. That's not it. All right. Number 7 on the list of sounds young generation will remember is the cha-chunk of a manual credit card machine thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember I'd go to like Macy's or something back in the day, and you ching, ching. They would do that with my mom's card.
I wonder where all of those carbon copies are. You know, because they just had like those, just your credit card number just laying around.
Yeah,
like,
I know,
what do
right?
you do with those?
Oh man,
afterwards?
but the credit card fraud was off the chain.
Yeah,
back then.
and you took forever to get caught.
Yeah.
They weren't catching you with a video camera before you leave the store, that's for sure.
Number 6 on the list of sounds the young generation won't remember is the phone recording. If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again.
Yeah.
If you need help, hang up and then dial your operator.
Well, dial your operator.
Who
are they?
Are they even available
I don't
anymore?
know.
Yeah, they are. You can
outsource.
You can still call the.
They're in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Number 5 on the list of sounds that kids won't remember is a host asking, smoking or non-smoking?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And the fact that there was not a true wall dividing those two sections was
so
laughable.
Every section was a smoking
Yeah, it's
section.
like, so I'll just take the same as everyone else.
Yeah.
The top 4 really hit hard for me. Is number 4 is that squeaky sound, the AOL Instant Messenger.
Oh yeah,
Like when people would
opening the door. Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then somebody leave. Like this one, like you get into an argument with your girlfriend. She's like, I'm leaving.
So good.
Remember all these sounds?
So good.
There it is again. She's mad. She had something more to say, but then she decided.
Yeah.
to
And
Yeah,
then
there
she
it is.
Is that leaving?
Yeah, no, that's
You get it. It's actually getting a message.
Yeah.
That little,
What about you've got mail?
You've got mail.
Welcome.
That guy, I think, drives for Uber now.
No, he's dead. He just died, remember?
Oh well, before that, I think he died working for Uber.
Probably.
He was on a fare.
Yeah, because they probably paid him $6 to record this.
Yeah, may he rest in peace. Number 3 on the list of sounds the young generation won't remember is a cassette rewinding faster and faster until that final thunk. Boom. Oh, I did love cassette tapes. That's I even got cassette tape tattooed on my arm. I like cassette so much. Yeah. You keep doing like I would rewind. I get addicted to one song and I would rewind it over and over again, and then after a while, the audio gets all warped.
Couldn't handle.
Do you remember the ones that were just? It was a whole unit that was just a rewinder. Like you slid it in and popped it down.
It just went faster.
Yeah, it was a little faster, but had no other purpose.
I remember those for VHS tapes, but not cassette.
Yeah, I had one of those for VHS tapes.
VHS.
Okay.
Number 2 on the list of sounds the kids won't remember is the clink of those metal seatbelt buckles.
Oh yeah.
I guess they don't. We don't have metal seatbelt buckles anymore.
Back in our '78 Buick.
Yeah.
Just burn your
I was
hands
gonna say,
off.
yeah, days like today, and a part of your body accidentally touches one of those. You're like, ah.
Rough way to go.
Yeah.
And number 1 on the list here of sounds that the young kids, the youths won't understand is a floppy disk being read. Remember that?
I actually don't remember the sound of a floppy disk.
I don't really. It was very quiet.
You're a little young for the floppy.
We had floppies. Actually, my first computer didn't even have like the little floppies. It had the big old. Floppies.
Okay, so you experienced that, but you would hear that it would load for a year. I mean, I remember when the first video games came out for the original Apple computer.
Yeah.
You had a 20% chance it would finish loading. And listen to that.
Got a text from 0661 that said a sound that they remember that the young kids won't understand anymore is the dial-up modem.
Oh yeah,
that's the one I was thinking about.
It's the first thing I thought of.
And before everybody got a second line so that you could use the computer and the phone.
You just pick the phone up.
And then kick people off the internet, yeah.
My mom would get so mad at me.
Oh, yeah. And vice versa. Like, it would just...
Like,
would
Mom, I
wreck
want to use the
calls.
phone, and you're playing Mahjong online with people.
Yeah, it was a different time.
Well, and then trying to sneak online was impossible because the modem was so loud. You wake up everybody in the house.
Tanner, I know you're looking at porn!
I'm not on the internet.
Now, here's a bunch of sounds from the 90s that you might remember.
Okay.
I love these things, these little sounders. See if you remember the Nintendo sound.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Windows?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Disney?
Oh, yeah.
And they used to do the Disney movies at night, like on Sundays.
Yeah, I love this music. Oh, that little thing at the end. Whee! That was my favorite part, right?
Oh, what a
man.
magical little flute move.
There's America Online. Oh, okay. I'm so glad we don't have to do this anymore. Because I remember it would take forever to get online.
And then when somebody would break it with a phone call, you'd have to start all over again.
Yeah. 866-445-1059 is the phone number. We just got a text on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line from 3914. It says the pager sound is another sound that the kids won't remember. There was a couple of jingles on my pager that they definitely
I never
don't
had
do
a
anymore.
pager.
Oh, well, you didn't sell weed like
See, that you always
like
had
my
to
mom
have,
thought.
You had to have at least one person in the group with a pager, or you were on a desert island.
Let's go to Chris. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, morning, guys.
What up, buddy?
Hey, so here's a sound. What about the dot matrix printers? I don't know if you remember those or are familiar with them. The paper came in a box. It was all attached to itself, and you ran it through the printer like a normal printer.
Yeah, and it had the little...
all the little holes.
Yep, and you'd have to pull the... So when it came through the printer, you'd have to rip the holes off each side.
Yeah.
We used to build... I remember my great-grandma was in the hospital, and we built her a banner because you could just make it long, like it was all connected.
What it is this dot matrix printer, I think, is a sound effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
Let me pull it up here. I got it.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
That sounds like that almost sounds like a photocopier.
No, it's one
yeah,
of
there it
yeah,
goes.
that's a dot matrix. That's dot matrix.
Yeah. Oh, I remember those. I remember those in school. I remember getting like bad report cards on those things.
It's like, oh, here it comes.
Thanks, Chris. We appreciate it. Let's go to Brennan. Good, or is this Michael? I don't know. Michael, it could be Michael.
No, this is Robin.
All right.
Hey, what up, Robin?
Good morning, Robin.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing
Good morning.
well.
Hey, what about like Teddy Ruxpin or a speak and spell?
Oh, hell yeah.
With a speak and spell.
The Teddy Ruxpin guy, at one point, I don't know what happened to him, but
Right?
he lived in Portland.
I'm Teddy Ruxpin.
You're kidding me. The voice of Teddy Ruxpin?
No,
lived
the inventor.
Oh, the inventor.
Oh, let's get him on the show.
Oh, my God. Well,
Bacon and beer, baby.
American treasure. Yeah, here's the speak and spell. Texas Instruments speak and spell.
Yep.
I loved this stuff.
Oh, I used to love that. It was my favorite toy.
Yeah, I listened to a band with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's been remixed into some techno or
You get it to
something.
say some naughty things. I think they actually use it in Limp Bizkit's version of Behind Blue Eyes.
Really?
It goes L-I-M.
It does sound like
yeah, interesting.
I don't know why I know that.
Brought a speak and
Well,
spell
and if
into it.
they're not, then there's a money-making opportunity for them.
Very
That's
true.
right.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate the call. What
Yeah.
sound do you remember that the kids just won't understand?
They're not going to get their head around that.
866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a talkback through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone today. We're commercial free. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers.
We're getting some great messages from people talking about sounds that the young generation will just, they'll never hear. They won't understand it if they hear it.
Yeah.
But we'll never forget.
It's from another time, but it's our time.
Yeah, like the AOL Instant Messenger. Bling! Or, just the door opening up and like, what friend just hopped online?
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it so much.
The whole concept of getting online is just it's just so crazy.
It was so cool because we were there when I remember when they put the internet in the library at my high school at Marshall High School.
Wow.
And it was
the future.
And you'd go in there and you think to yourself, I can look up anything, and you couldn't think of anything. That was me.
And there wasn't as much info as is there now, but it felt like you were.
Yeah, and I remember going to band websites. Like I remember going to Everclear's website and it taking 10 minutes to load.
Oh yeah, because they had too many.
Page.
Right.
Yeah, too much Java or whatever it was called.
JavaScript.
Yeah.
But we want to know what sounds do you remember? And this is you've got some great messages here. This text comes from 3049. You remember this? Sega.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. That would be in the commercials, I think.
And they do the
Sega. Yeah. Oh God, I love that stuff.
And they still do it, but like the EA Sports. Yeah. It's in the game.
Here's another sound the kids won't remember. How about the sound of an old reel-to-reel projector when you had to watch an informational video in school?
Because we actually had to go grab eventually they became TVs, but
there was a projector
there
for
was
sure.
projector days.
Yeah, we were still rocking stuff from the 70s.
Or like the slide machines.
And we were watching the footage was from the 70s.
Yeah.
It was just like they hadn't made any new stuff.
0082 says the sound that for me is a belt ripping through dad's belt loops before he beats you with it.
Oh wow!
Wow.
You remember what you need to remember. He behaves all the time now.
This guy says a sound that kids just won't understand. From 3049 says the Budweiser Frogs commercial.
Budweiser. Yeah.
Budweiser.
That was one of the greatest advertising campaigns of all time. I bet that was used in schools for 20 years to teach people.
Yeah. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Is this Derek? Oh, he hung up.
Oh, see ya.
Yeah, the
But like
sound of the dial tone.
Budweiser had the best ads. What's up?
What's up? They did. I remember Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Genius.
Yeah, they crushed.
Then we got some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
Good morning, Brew Crew.
Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, did I play those already? Those talkback messages?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, you're here. I'll play them now.
Okay.
Good morning, Brew Crew.
Oh, God in heaven. Oh, is that it? That is it. I'm such an idiot. Sorry. That was the talkback message I wanted to play the whole time. For some reason, I thought that was.
Well, there she is.
I thought that was Steph driving around the state again.
No, it's not.
She is
Good
out
morning,
there,
Brew Crew. The kids nowadays will never hear the 1-800-COLLECT when you had to leave a name, but you really left your message.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will never know that.
Yeah, you have a collect call from Pick Me Up. Practice is over. We have more talkbacks.
The sound I remember is after these messages,
we'll be
right back in the middle of cartoons on Saturday morning.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Those were the best.
877 cash now.
877 cash. They still run those commercials. The Buy Men, and they don't run that one anymore, but they still run the 877 cash now.
Yeah, because it's a banger.
Yeah, it really is. It was a great song. We have more talkbacks coming into our iHeartRadio app. What's a sound that the youths just won't understand?
Good morning, Brew Crew. I know a sound the kids today wouldn't know. Dial-up.
Yep.
Dial-up internet. That.
Nailed it.
I thought we were actually.
And when you go to pick up the phone when somebody else was using the internet, and it was like that high squealing.
That's wild.
How about this? Here's a bunch of sounds from the 80s, that these youths won't understand. Oh yeah.
Butterfly in the sky. I
can go twice as high.
Oh yeah.
Kool-Aid Man?
Kool-Aid, yeah.
I don't remember this. Some cartoon.
Hi,
Is it Rainbow
my
Brain?
name is Teddy Ruxpin.
There he is.
Can you and I be friends?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
After these messages,
We'll be right back. Yeah, there's the one.
Wow.
Little whistle on him.
Wow. Or
Yeah,
what
that's
about
an old phone, like the old classic 80s phone.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had a see-through one. You could see inside of it.
Oh yeah, those were cool.
And you didn't know who it was.
If it rang now like that, I think I would freak out. You just look across the room.
Is there a fire?
I don't think we should go near it.
A little He-Man? PBS?
There's a new pet.
Oh my
Pet.
God. They still do those, though. I see commercials every once in a while late at night.
They used to push hard.
What about The More You Know? Do they still do The More
They
You Know?
still do The More You Know, yeah.
They
I wait, do they? Maybe, maybe not.
I think we do.
Is that just us?
We do that here, yeah.
Got it.
But they should bring it back.
Text comes from 0656. I know chalkboards were already covered, but I explained to my kids how nails on a chalkboard is one of the worst sounds to hear. She didn't get it, so I proceeded to YouTube to show her, and she was unaffected. It didn't even bother her.
That is so.
Well, kids today are dead inside.
That is crazy when you say it's like nails on a chalkboard, and kids are like, "What even is that?"
Yeah.
And it means nothing. It means nothing.
And I'm not sure. I don't think they use the overhead projectors anymore either.
I don't
the
think
ones
so.
that you'd have that one clear piece
And
of
you'd, like,
plastic.
write
it's got huge flat screens or something.
I remember being so bored, and the hum of that fan.
Here's a good one from 8301. Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog. Woof.
Oh yeah.
Remember that one? It was like the end of a TV show or something like that.
Oh.
And
it was like
was
another
that
production company.
Was that a tip of the cap to like they love their dog or something? Because I always thought it was weird that they did that.
I remember a lot of production companies like Bad Hat Harry.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And then Deke, and then
they just think it was funny.
And then the one with the one at the end where he goes, "Shh."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's in the theater.
shush.
Yeah, that's right. Someone said, "Remember Atari? Talk about a blast from the past." This one says, "A simple Simon is a sound that the kids won't understand."
Simon, yeah.
A busy signal. That's not a thing anymore. That's really true. I mean, I rarely hear busy signals, and when that happens, it's
usually when someone's like hanging up
or calling somebody else.
Yeah, and so if you call right back, you don't get it, but they'd still exist.
Right. 866-445-1059 is the phone number. Coming up, we got tickets to go see The Offspring. All week, we've got these for you, and we'll do this here in less than 10 minutes. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Got a couple of talkbacks from people talking about sounds that the youths just won't understand if they heard it. They don't know what it means or recognize it, but to us, we'll never forget. We got a couple of talkbacks. Just download our iHeartRadio app today if you want to send us one.
Yeah, those kids are going to have to go get an MRI to hear the closest thing to dial-up.
I guess it's true, yeah. yeah, they just don't do that anymore. Here's another talkback.
When your powers combined, I become Captain Planet.
I remember
Captain Planet, he's a hero, gonna take pollution down to zero.
Wow, Laura, wow. I didn't even know that song.
I love that show, but I also was always like annoyed that there was so much learning going on because I was a kid who just wanted to see him like fight crime, and they're like, "Oh, well, let's talk about how dirty the water is," and you're like, "Come on, beat him up."
Boring.
Stop talking to the heart kid.
3258 said, Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat.
Oh, yeah.
Ding.
That was an amazing time.
Another talk back to the app.
I think the one that commercial that this is your brain. And this is your brain on drugs. The little egg frying and stuff. I thought that was a funny commercial.
It was.
Like, I didn't know being on drugs was so delicious.
It was. And every time I go and fry an egg, that basically comes into my head.
Lives rent free in your mind. One more talk back through our app.
So I know it wasn't necessarily a sound, but I took my two kids who are 8 and 13 to Astoria, and we went into an antique shop, and they ran across the rotary phone, and obviously it wasn't plugged in, but I bet them each $50 that they would not be able to dial 911 on it. And I gave them each about 5 minutes, and neither one of them could figure it out.
I remember seeing a lot of kids on the internet like, I don't know how to use this thing.
Yeah, there's a viral video where they just collapse.
Yeah, just stick your finger in it and figure it out. You know what I mean?
Wow, not the first time Laura said that.
You know, it works for multiple things, including a rotary phone.
That's true.
All right, coming up next, we've got Offspring tickets. Caller 10 and 11, 866-445-1059 is the phone number. We'll play Finish That Lyric for your chance to win. Happy Monday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes.
What about this sound? Do kids still know that, like playing Mario Kart and stuff?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, the plink still sounds quite a bit like that.
Yeah.
That other one's a little bit more
That's
old school.
I don't even know what that is.
You get one up. You get an extra life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably. I bet if you play their like Mario World or whatever, you still get a little. You better.
Yeah, right.
Do all that work, risk your life grabbing a mushroom out of the sky. I want to hear it.
That's what I want. All right, 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. We also have some talkbacks coming in. Let's get one more talkback before we play our game here.
The number you have called has been disconnected or is no longer in service. Please hang up and check your provider again.
Yeah.
This is message 1273.
Whenever you'd hear that, you're like, what happened to Randy?
Yeah.
Like, it's usually when something's gone wrong in someone's life.
But I do
the
feel
phone
like
no longer is on.
Yeah, I feel like you still get that message though if you dial a number wrong or something.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
All right, one more talkback and then we'll play.
Here's a nickel to buy a pickle, and don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
Here's a nickel to buy a pickle.
Sounds like something your uncle would say or grandpa.
Yeah, that second one definitely was used.
All right, it's time to play our game we like to call...
Finish that lyric!
Do Offspring tickets. Offspring's going to be performing at the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater, also known as the Cascades Amphitheater, on September 4th. And if you want to be there to see Offspring, Newfound Glory, and Jimmy Eat World, we'll have tickets all this week.
Yep.
Let's meet our contestants this morning. Colin from Portland. His name is Sam. What's happening, Sam?
What's going on?
What up, bruh?
Sam, I am. Do you eat green eggs and ham?
Oh, for God's sake.
What's happening?
Yes, I do.
Awesome.
Hi, brother. When's the last time, or first off, have you ever seen The Offspring?
No, I've never seen them, no.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, I was going to say when's the last time he had seen him, but he's never seen him.
Never.
So. All right, bro. Well, it's a very simple
that'd
game.
be cool if I can.
I'm going to play you an Offspring song or a clip from it. At some point, I'm going to stop the song, and then you're going to have to just finish the lyric, and and if you get it right, and especially if you throw a little like oomph into it, if you do it like the singer does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that little extra points.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you could get tickets to the show.
All right.
All right.
He's ready.
Listen closely, my good friend Sam. Sam, I am. Here we go. Finish that lyric. Love that bass line.
On my door. She's drunk again and looking to score.
Hey!
I know I'll be in you. It's okay, man, because I like the abuse.
Yeah. Nice.
Keep
Hell
going.
yeah.
Keep going.
No, I can't.
That's all he's got. That's pretty good, though. That's
He
pretty
rounded
good.
it out. He got it done.
All right, my friend. Congratulations. You just got yourself tickets to go see The Offspring at the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater. Hang on the phone.
Bing, bang.
Sweet.
And September, usually pretty nice. That's early
I think
September.
that's Labor Day weekend. Hold on.
I mean, nice out.
I think you're right. Actually,
it's not.
No.
But Labor Day weekend comes early. Labor Day weekend is on the first is Labor Day this year. So that's actually, but it's a Thursday.
All right.
So it's that same week. Should be a good time.
I just was thinking weekend, but it's a Thursday.
That's not bad.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. Some shows are worth it. All right, hang on. We'll get your information, and we'll have another pair of tickets tomorrow. I want to tell you about my friends at the Advocates. Listen, write this website down. Even if you haven't been in an accident lately, you might be in one sooner or later, and you're going to need to have this website, advocateslaw.com. That's advocateslaw.com. These are personal injury attorneys that are going to make sure that you get paid everything that you're owed by the insurance companies because they love to lowball you. They love to not get you what you're worth or what you're owed. And it's frustrating because you pay them money every single month for them to do that when you need it. And when you're recovering from an accident, all you should be focused on is your recovery, not dealing with these insurance companies and all the stress that it brings. So call my friends Ken and Donnie over at the Advocates because they've been doing this a long time and know just what to say to make sure that these insurance companies pay up. When the insurance companies see the Advocates on the line, they're like, all right, here we go. We got to pay. So just reach out to them because they're going to make sure that you're taken care of. They've gotten over $100 million for their clients, and they'll fight tirelessly for you, all right? advocateslaw.com. Reach out to Ken and Donnie. Maybe you've seen the commercials on TV. That's Ken and Donnie in the commercials. They're great people. And you'll trust them because I trust them, and they'll make you feel like they're family, right? So check them out, advocateslaw.com. That's advocateslaw.com. The next time you're in an accident, you need more than an attorney. You need an advocate.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, Father's Day. I'm not sure when it is because
Sunday.
I never had a daddy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope you would call him Daddy, though.
Daddy. I'd be like, just like in Righteous Gemstones. Daddy.
Yeah.
Well,
I love how they all call him Daddy still.
Yeah, if I ever do talk to my father someday, because I've never even spoken to him.
You gotta keep the why.
Why you leave, Daddy?
Tell me, Daddy.
Tell me, Daddy, why you leave?
He's like, I'm about to leave again if you keep talking like that.
Daddy, don't do me like that. Anyway, so Father's Day is coming up on Sunday. Laura doesn't celebrate it either.
I don't. I always feel bad. I forget.
I
Like, I'm like, hey guys, want to hang out on Sunday? And they're like, no, we're hanging out with our dads. I'm like, wow, rub it in. Just have fun.
But we actually want to drop a load on your father.
Yeah.
For Father's Day.
We do. It's our special gift to him.
Metallica's limited edition deluxe remastered of the 1996 album Load is going to be out June 13th, so just in a couple of days. But we want to hook you up before it comes out.
Yeah.
Right? We want to hook your dad up. So if you have us on the iHeartRadio app, or if you don't even have the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone, download it. Because you need to send us a talkback message telling us why your dad deserves this Load album. Why does your dad deserve a load?
The biggest load.
Tell us
they've
why
ever released, I think.
Why he kicks ass.
One lucky grand prize winner will score copies of the remastered Load album on CD, vinyl, digital, and cassette.
Damn, son.
I like it.
I love that, man. From Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. Just go to the iHeartRadio app and send us a talkback message. And hopefully around 9:30 this morning, we'll be able to pick one winner for today.
Yeah, and honestly, that's so nice too, since the album comes out on the 13th, and then Father's Day is on Sunday. So you can get a great gift for Dad just in time. If you were looking for ideas, here it is.
Yeah, you pair that with like some barbecue tongs you pick up on the way to his house. This whole thing is sealed.
That's right. 105.9 The Brew. All right, download our iHeartRadio app right now. Once you have us streaming, make sure you press that microphone button and tell us why your dad deserves a load.
Your Dizzaddy.
Your Dizzaddy deserves a Lizzo.
Dizzaddy, what up?
I don't get to see my Dizzaddy this year. He's out of the country.
Oh.
So I'll shoot him a text.
It's like none of us have
Dizzaddy,
dads.
you're the man.
Yeah, this year we're all daddyless.
We're daddyless. Zaddyless. No, I got a zaddy. I just don't have a daddy.
Oh, God.
All right. Download that iHeartRadio app and send us a talkback message today. All right, this morning we'd like to know, what is something you waited way too long to clean? Maybe that garage was a sty for a couple of years and you finally got around to it this year. Maybe it's your car. Maybe it's your kid's room. I've been to my friend's house who have kids and their rooms look like a tornado hit it.
Yeah.
I don't think the rooms have ever been cleaned.
You got toys just puttied under that bed.
Yeah. There's mayonnaise stuck to the wall. There's boogers everywhere.
I hate to break it to you, that's not mayonnaise.
What's something you waited too long to clean? 866-445-1059. The reason we ask is, Drew, you just washed your car for the first time in how long?
I think it was about a year.
Wow.
Now, it's the last time around, maybe it was last time it was sunny, so we're just under a year.
Wait, so like that's the last time you've taken it through the car wash or washed it, the exterior at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
So probably end of the summer, so more like 9 months maybe.
And your car's white, so you can see everything.
And being a forest car, it takes a lot of wear and tear when it comes to pollen, just filth from the trees, and sap especially.
Parking under those trees, man, will rock your car pretty good.
And the sap is so bad that it has to be taken care of like individually, or it just wipes into the car. Like if you go do a car wash with sap all over your car, it just becomes flat sap all over your car.
It's almost like weed resin.
Oh,
it just gets stuck.
It is in the exact same ballpark as the stickiest pot type of a feel you can.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Yeah.
But the sap it's crazy. So it just kind of gets neglected through the winter months, where you just see these blobs on the hood that they start clear, but over time it starts to get nasty. But the roof, when you looked up from the third floor here, when you go to the bathroom, it was green, like it was fully green roof. And the problem is you got to crawl up onto the tires and you got to your belly's on the car. It's wet. There's a lot of excuses on why you're like, I'll do it later. But I finally went at it yesterday. I cleaned that car for probably an hour and 40 minutes.
Wow.
It's not done. It's going to have another 2. I didn't even open a door. So like all the door frames are like gray and black with like leaves and needles all up in there. There's a lot of work to be done, but I got day 1 done. And if you look out there, it won't look like it's stolen because it did look. I was starting to think I was going to get pulled over.
Yeah,
it was
be like, excuse me,
dirty.
sir,
You
what
look
are
disgusting.
doing? Yeah.
This thing is so dirty. You must have stolen it.
Yeah. Anytime a car's that dirty, you're like, that guy's got drugs.
Yeah, that
He's
guy's got
drugs
an
on
issue.
him.
He definitely has drugs. It might be his car, but he's got drugs.
And so it was so dirty, you had to like, you probably have to clean it again, you said?
Yeah, it's going to be a multi-time clean. And I had to pay my oldest to help me. So like, and I still
Wow.
didn't get it done.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's going to feel so good when it's finished, though, because nothing's better than a clean car.
Yeah, when it's done, it's gonna be
Are you
it's gonna
gonna-
be something special. But it's like because you right now even you spray into the vents and the car looks clean, but then like dark dirt comes out of all the cracks.
Oh, yeah.
It's deep.
So are you going to clean the inside, too, or is this a strictly exterior job?
We're going
for now?
all the way.
Okay.
Going
Nice.
all the way.
All right, what's something that you waited way too long to clean? 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a talkback message through our iHeartRadio app. For me, it was my 3D printer. So I have a 3D printer at home. It's the resin style printer, not the filament, which I wish that I got because the resin's so freaking messy and it stinks.
Mm-hmm.
But I really got into my 3D printer when I first got it, printing a lot of stuff, and then I just kind of like the garage got messy because then my water heater died and I had to like move a bunch of stuff and
Stuff gets put on pause.
I printed some stuff and then I left it stuck to the printing tray. And it stayed there for like a year.
Oh, man.
And when I finally was like, okay, I'm going to clean my 3D printer and get it going again, it took so long to clean that printing tray.
Just trying to
How
get
do
it
you-
all out.
How do you print, or how do you clean it out?
Like really strong alcohol, rubbing alcohol, and
Oh,
You have to
okay.
treat it like resin.
yeah, dude. And it's that stuff, and it's slimy. And you're not supposed to touch it with your hands. So like, I'm doing all this in gloves, and dude, it was
Breathing
such
it
a
in.
pain in the ass. I never again will I
Yeah,
wait a year to
lesson
clean
learned.
my 3D printer.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same thing with you leave a dish in the sink long enough.
Oh,
You're
right?
like, how did it take 40 minutes to get that off
Like
there?
you have to like steam the dish.
It's got to be hot as
You
hell.
soak it, and
You
then
gotta
then
dislocate a shoulder.
and then grab a fork and start scraping.
And then you have to replant the stuff that's growing inside of it outside, and it's just a real pain in the ass.
See what I'm gonna grow here.
Yeah.
I used to do the thing when I didn't have a dishwasher where it would be so crusted on, you'd make a little puddle on the plate and leave it. So
Oh,
it could just,
totally.
like,
Yeah.
try and get some of that off there.
Yeah.
But definitely waited too long.
Laura, I've been to your house to clean it when you've been on vacation, or not to
No,
clean
you-
it, but to
I was like, you have never
not to
cleaned
clean
my
it.
house.
I
Scrub
should have
that
cleaned
place.
it.
I have.
It was a
I've
mess.
cleaned your house. I've done your dishes. I've thrown away your moldy country crock butter. Like,
That's something you
So-
waited way
Well,
too long.
in
to
my
clean.
defense, when I was in Laura's house, I was very like scared.
You didn't
And
want to mess anything
I
up.
did. I didn't even. I just ran in. I saw her jackalope on the wall. Was terrified.
he didn't want to see. He didn't want to see anything he wasn't supposed
Yeah,
to see.
I didn't know what was. I didn't know what
Yeah.
was laying around. So
Yeah.
I just kind of had tunnel vision. I fed her cats, and I got the hell out of it.
Yeah,
That's what I would've
fair.
done.
I did hang out with him for a second, so I did sit on your couch.
Yeah, that's fine.
Buck
Well,
naked.
Yikes. Well, you wouldn't be the first one.
That
so-
velvet felt real
Yeah,
nice on his
that's
cheeks.
fine.
It was really great.
But this actually relates to my cats, and you both are going to be like, ugh, gross. Ugh.
What, the litter box?
But yeah, so there is a litter box under. It's like in my entertainment center, so that people don't have to see it. It's like hidden away.
It's actually not a bad idea.
Well, because my place is so small, I'm like, where am I going to put a litter box? So I
You
put
smell it like the moment you open the door.
No, you do not. But I will say, so I keep my litter box cleaned. I clean them every day. And by that, I mean I scoop them every day. But when they're just like chilling, they're like, you need to do more than just scoop the poop. You really need
Because
to
the pee
like,
is the stuff that stinks.
well, and yeah, so there was a point in time where I would like open the doors to the entertainment center and it would just be like, poof, like it would just hit you like
Gross.
cat urine. And I'm like, why is it like this? Like I'm keeping the litter boxes clean. I don't understand why it's so smelly in here. And then you'd close the doors and I'd kind of forget about it and whatever. So
I bet they were peeing on the walls inside of it.
it wasn't necessarily that, but they were peeing on like the inside of the litter box itself. So it was like stuck to the walls of the litter box.
Yeah.
So finally I was like, I just need to like scrub these litter boxes down. So I emptied all the clay out and I scrubbed them down. And it was to the point where my cats weren't even using that litter box. They were like, we don't even want to be in here
This
for
is
this.
gross, Laura.
Yeah, no, your
Yeah.
T-shirt will work just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thankfully I have 2 litter boxes, so they had another one to use.
Oh, good.
But I did.
That's why your
clean
house
it out.
smells. It's super
My
super tiny.
house doesn't smell.
Well,
It
if
smells
you
like
can
cat.
smell it,
No,
everyone can smell it.
do I smell?
No.
If I got close, I bet you I could smell cat.
Oh, stop! You're just being mean.
No, I did smell it. But she was also like gone and not there to scoop it every day, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't gonna scoop it.
He's like, I don't think so. I draw the line.
Yeah, I just fed them.
But anyway, I
I'm not here
did
to scoop.
eventually clean, like scrub.
Did you hose it down in the tub?
boxes. Well, yeah, and soap and water, and got it all fresh, all clean.
When I have to do that, I literally just throw the litter box out and buy a new one because it's only like $30 on Amazon.
Not going through it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna.
That's such a waste.
He's not going to subject himself to this.
What are you doing? No,
$30. Who cares? I'll just get a new one. She likes it.
$30 that you could use on something else.
It's how he spoils her.
Oh my God.
We got a text from 1912. We want to know what is the thing that you haven't cleaned in a while. You've been delaying it. Like Drew, he waited a year to wash his car. This text comes from 1912. It says, the fireplace, I fill it with cigarette butts and snot rags. Hubby has to burn it during the winter. Now comes summertime, and I had to clean it, swept and filled 2 garage bags full.
Oh, no.
Cigarette butts and snot rags. Just piling up in the fireplace.
You
leaking.
Wow. All right, we got some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
My UA. Probably should have cleaned that out a few years ago. Got a better start on life.
Yeah,
it is tough to clean out your UA. I mean, every day you're like, I'm going to get to that.
But not today.
Not today, bros.
All right, what is something that you've delayed cleaning? What's something that you are like, oh man, I need to get to that, but it's been months or years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
866-445-1059.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Brew Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, the Oklahoma City Thunder have found a way to even things up with the Indiana Pacers in what was a drumming last night. They'll now have to head off to Indiana after the 123-107 victory there. Also, the NHL playoffs continue tonight, as you'll have an opportunity to see a little Game 3 action at 5 o'clock tonight on TNT. I do got to admit, I did something I don't normally do, and that is Sunday morning I got up and it was already running because it's in France, but the French Open was on TV, and I sat and watched the final for what I thought was going to be like a half hour, and I think it was like 2+ hours of tennis I watched. They played for 5.5 hours, but it was the second longest in the history of the tournament and considered one of the greatest tennis matches in history. Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, as Alcaraz took it in 5 sets. It was just a bleeder the whole way. Afterwards, Alcaraz thanked his wily crowd.
Can't thank enough to you for the great support during the whole week. For today's match was you were really important. You always be in my heart. So thank you very much, buddy.
And I found that if you bet a little bit of money on tennis, you can watch it for multiple hours. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. This morning, we would love to know what's something you've been meaning to clean, but you just haven't gotten around to it yet. You know, Drew finally just washed his car after almost a year of it just collecting dirt and sap and.
You should see the driveway when I pulled it away. Yeah. I was like, oh, no. Just a mud bog.
Now you got to power wash the driveway again.
I've got to work back through it.
So what's something that you haven't cleaned in a while, and you're like, damn, I got to get to that? Like, remember in the last segment, we got a message from somebody that said the fireplace, it's been filled with cigarette butts and snot rags.
Oh, God.
And hubby was to burn it during the winter, but now it's the summertime, and I had to clean it. And they swept the chimney the fireplace and filled 2 garbage bags full of cigarette butts,
snot and
snot rags.
Wild.
That is super gross. Get a Claritin.
866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, what is something that you waited way too long to clean? Drew just washed his car over the weekend, first time in almost a year to wash his white car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
it was green if you saw me yesterday.
We want to know what have you been hesitating? You know, I got to be honest. I was in my backyard over the weekend and I saw it's like an old Smirnoff ice bottle.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And it was there when I moved in.
Stop,
And
Tanner.
You still have the Smirnoff ice bottle?
I saw it because it was like in the yard, and then I moved it under the deck to like I'll throw it away eventually. And it's literally been there since I moved in.
And you've lived there, what, 6 years or something?
3 years.
Oh, I don't know.
6 years.
No, you've lived there longer than 3 years.
I moved in July of 2021. So
okay,
so
well, that's
4 years.
4 years.
So whatever.
Okay.
So I wasn't terribly out.
Okay, but that's
you
still,
said 6. That's a long time.
I mean, you guys were both wrong. But I think we can all agree that's too long to have an old Smirnoff
1 year
ice
is a long time
bottle.
for a Smirnoff ice bottle.
I was thinking I really got to get rid of that.
Yeah, that's 10 cents
I don't
right there.
think
Why
you
not?
can now. It's just kind of part of it.
That's
It's
true.
part of the
like
backyard.
a time capsule.
Yeah.
My
It's
dog's
gonna
going
be
to be
weird
like, where'd the Smirnoff ice bottle go?
Something's different back here. I don't know what it is.
I'm not pooping inside now.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, so what have you waited too long to clean? Laura waits a little too long to clean out her litter box, her cat's litter
I
box.
just want to make this clear.
You mistreat your animals.
I scoop the poop every day. It just sometimes the box itself gets a little smell.
You don't need to enunciate every day like that.
Every day. I just want to make sure
Make it clear
you
that
understand.
it's no days skipped.
I am not a disgusting
I
person.
think we need to take her cats away. Let's go to Annie. Is this Annie? Good morning.
Yeah, hey, this is Brian.
right.
Yeah, the latest thing that it's okay, it's fine. We do this every time.
Wait, who do we? Who is Annie? Is that your girlfriend or your
Putting
mom?
It's my wife.
Okay, all right.
Fair enough.
So I'm on her plan.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sick of explaining this.
The one thing I've been putting off cleaning is the outside of my trailer. We bought it new in 2020, and I have yet to wash the outside.
Oh, dude,
of it.
you got to wash that thing.
my car.
It's getting pretty bad.
My neighbor,
same-
he washes his
same with
trailer
your car.
literally after every single camping trip. He's out there, gonna
I
borrow your
know,
pressure
and
washer, and he goes out
the
there.
Sounds
inside-
like he's got too much time on his hands.
He does.
The inside of my trailer is immaculate. I mean, I wash that thing after every time we use it, but the outside is, not so much.
I feel like the outside's the easy part and like the faster part.
But it's also the part where you can convince yourself that we'll get to it later. Like, I wouldn't let there be dust on my
Exactly.
steering wheel because I got to address that every day. But if it's on the outside, and I'm like in the house, I'll check it later.
But everyone's trash talking you at the campsite. Like, dude, look at that dirty ass van.
Yeah, that guy's
Oh yeah, I know, and that's why this weekend it's getting sterilized.
There it is,
for sure.
buddy.
This is it.
All right.
This is it.
So,
Thanks for the call.
all
We
right,
appreciate
have
it.
a good one.
You too, buddy. We got some
Bye.
talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app. Send us one anytime. Just download it for your cell phone. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button.
Good morning, Brew. Tilt the low. Happy Monday. Bing bong.
Bing, bing.
Laura, we agree with you on the furniture hiding of the litter boxes. You couldn't even tell we have cats. Well, other than having the cats.
Mm-hmm.
But the litter, we use this Arm & Hammer clump and seal slide.
Mm-hmm.
And litter box has like 2 litter boxes and just kind of a middle pan where you're shifting for gold. But nope, it's kitty Roku. Works great. Anyways, love you guys. Later.
Yeah. Yeah, Laura's whole entire place smells like that kitty litter.
No, it does not.
You know, a lot of people, they pay a lot of money to go panning for gold, like in a creek. It's
Yeah.
just kind of like that.
I actually have the little sifter, and I don't use it because I feel like it makes more of a mess.
Yeah, I had one, and then I stepped on it like 2 weeks or a week before Laura stayed at my house to watch my animals. And I mean, she sent me a text, "Where's your poop scooper?" And I kind of broke
No,
it.
not
So
that. I'm not talking about
to
that.
get it with
like,
your hands.
When the actual pan, you like lift it up and go.
Oh, I don't have one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how the pros do it.
So I've been doing it wrong.
Yeah, come on now.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Happy Bing Bong morning to you. Builder Bob here. Hope everybody had a great weekend. The thing I dread getting ready to clean is my spare room.
Can you guys hear him?
Yeah,
I can hear what he's saying.
hear him. I don't know if the rest of the city can.
My son moved out about a year ago, and everything that didn't go to the garage went into the spare room. You have enough room to walk in there, turn around, and walk out. Just enough to be disgusted. All right? So you guys have a good day. Keep rocking, and like always, go Beefwater.
Beef's biggest fan. Where the hell is Beefwater today? Why is he in
Beefwater
here?
was here when I got here today.
He's got here like 5 in the morning. Why isn't he in here?
And not one little, hey, how you doing?
He had a lot of work to do.
Yeah, didn't come and make us laugh not once today.
Not once.
The building's not that big. Just make a
Yeah.
lap.
I'm very upset with him.
I know he's listening too, so get over here, Beef.
We miss you.
Broken hearted.
Get your beefy cheeks in here.
Get those toes in here right now. We got more talkbacks coming in through the iHeartRadio app.
Hola, mi amigos and amigas. You were asking about what has not been cleaned in a long time.
Yes.
I have family coming up from Moscow, and we clean underneath couch for first time in 6+ months, almost maybe. And holy shit, there was half-pound
Sorry, I had to delete that.
You can't say
I
that.
He goes, holy shit. You can't say that, man. You can't say that. But so he cleaned under the couch for the first time in
There's a lot of stuff under there.
and forever. I actually cleaned under the couch not too long ago, and I found like 6 dog balls.
Oh yeah.
Dog balls.
Man, Cooper was in heaven. He's like, where'd all these balls come from?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He pushes them under there. It makes me crazy.
Yeah.
I had to put a bike in the back of my car the other day, so I moved one of the booster seats, and it had probably like 3 years worth of like just one thin line of crumbs of all different colors throughout the years, like everything from Cheeto dust to Cool Ranch, everything you've ever seen.
A stray French fry.
Yeah, it was pretty gross.
Let's see. This text message comes to us from 6483. It says they've neglected to clean their belly button. Maybe tonight. They say.
Yeah. Stick a Q-tip in there. Come on.
It's a weird angle, you know.
This text from 9929 says my master bathroom is what they've neglected to clean. Once I get it done, the main bathroom I will lose my will. I'm only motivated to clean for others, and my bathroom looks like a scene from Saw.
And I think a lot of ladies have their bathroom where, you know, like it looks like makeup exploded in there, but if you go downstairs, it's
pristine.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
7517 says they've neglected to clean their shop vac. Last time I used it was over a year ago to clean up some potato skins out of the garage disposal pipes.
And you just left them there? I feel like 100% the shop vac is use it, unload it,
And
put it away.
he left a vomit face, so I bet it.
Oh,
Yeah,
vomit
so
emoji.
the inside of your shop vac has been compromised.
Not a good look.
I bet every time you turn it on now, you just smell that.
Oh.
Like what happened, I accidentally vacuumed up some cat vomit.
Ew, gross.
And every time I turn my vacuum on, now I smell the cat vomit.
Oh, God.
For just a second, then it goes away.
At least it's
Go
quick.
empty out the
It's just quick, Laura. It's like a little bump of that.
No, but I don't. That's a bump that.
Well,
nobody,
your whole
nobody
house,
wants.
your whole
No,
cat
it
smells like a
doesn't.
litter box, so
No, it doesn't.
I'm fine.
Your catnip that they go crawl into.
No.
Casa de cat.
Casa de Gato.
Sure.
Yeah, well, that is correct. You're speaking Spanish now.
See, look at me.
Is
Look at
Gato
the,
Cat?
Yeah, the Duolingo paying off.
All right, more of your calls and texts coming up here in just a few minutes. We do want to hook your daddy up with a load this
Daddy.
Father's Day.
That's right.
Daddy, I got you a load.
And not the kind you're thinking.
Metallica's load. All the details right here.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Thomas Petty. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura got a few a few text messages coming in on McLaughlin Chevrolet text line.
All right.
We were talking in the last segment to Laura about her cats.
Yeah.
And the place smelling like cats.
It doesn't smell like cats.
It smells like cats. This text from, and I mean that in the most loving way.
No, it doesn't. Though.
9414 said, this text from 3344 says, what's Drew's issue with pets? His poor kids, get a heart.
What did I do?
I just don't think you like animals when it comes through.
Okay, because I don't remember saying anything bad about animals here. Laura's the one who's not cleaning her area.
That's true. You are the one that takes care of your
I didn't
cats.
do a thing. Stop deflecting.
My area is clean.
And her cats, I will admit, they are very well taken care of.
Yeah.
And they are. They
are loved, overloved.
I went to feed them one day, and man, like you open the door and they're right there. Like, what's up, dude? I don't know who you are, but it's time to feed us.
Yeah, but they just want attention.
They do.
They're needy.
Like,
Like
my
they're
cat
not,
hides.
Yeah, right. When I got these cats, I was like, sweet, I can just set it and forget it. They'll leave me alone. They're gonna be more annoyed by my presence than I am of theirs. No, these cats want to be up in my business all the time.
Yeah. Like,
How long do
Laura
cats-
throws them to the wall a lot.
Like, how long do
Just
you have
geezer.
a cat for? I know Tanner's has lived forever, but like, what's the average?
17 years or something.
And how far into that
oh
are you?
God, not far enough.
My cat is 18 years old.
So you're on
Okay.
borrowed time.
So
Yeah.
I've got like 10, 15 years left.
I got to give this bitch a pill twice a day.
Yeah, so
This
she's
stupid cat.
Yeah, this is the longevity pill.
She got a thyroid issue, so
But I do
yeah.
feel like, in the grand scheme of things, a pill twice a day ain't so bad. I take more pills than that twice a day.
I've gotten pretty good at it. Like
Yeah.
at first it was kind of a pain to give her the pill. Now I just pop it in there in a second.
It's all routine now.
I kind of force it in her mouth. She doesn't like it, but she forgets immediately.
She knows who the boss is.
That's right.
We're
She
getting
doesn't-
this done.
She doesn't want to get yeeted, so she knows.
That's right.
Let's go to Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Let's go to line 1. Good morning.
Hey, I was just listening to you guys, and I heard Drew talk about how the back seat of his kids has that crust all around it.
Yeah.
If you ever need a mobile detail, hit up Northwest Mobile Detail out of Newburgh. They'll show up to your place wherever you work or home. And,
Dude,
clean that stuff right
We
up.
might need that, actually.
All three of us were literally talking about how we need to get our cars detailed in the studio today.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the detail business again?
It's Northwest Mobile Detail. He's just starting it, and he's got all good chemicals, for the environment and everything, and he's got extractors, clean off fur, and all that stuff.
We want a special deal since we just gave you guys some free advertising.
Yeah, it better be.
His brand new business. He's already getting free advertising.
He's like, I gave myself free
He'd
advertising.
absolutely hook you guys up. He'd hook you guys up.
Nice. Well, it's a good idea because I'll tell you what, me scrubbing with a toothbrush on the side of my car is getting old.
And also, I've had at least like 3 unhoused people hang out in my car since the last time I had it detailed.
He's got a mobile steamer and mobile extractor to get everything out.
All right.
Anything you have out.
I had a friend in my car, a year ago, and they smoke, but I wouldn't let them smoke in my car. So he put a cigarette in the where you put the cup. You know,
the
it's
cup
in the, he
holder?
put it in the cup holder, and over time that thing has exploded, and there's just nicotine or tobacco rather, just at the bottom of the cup holder.
Oh, nasty.
It is gross, and I don't even smoke.
I know. It's like, why am I a victim of this?
Yeah.
Right. And the cup holder stuff, too, it's like, I feel like no matter how hard you scrub, there's always some, like, sticky residue down there. And it's like, how do I
dried soda.
What is happening?
That's right.
All right, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. I will reach out to those guys, and I think these peeps will, too.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Sure, I need it.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You too, brother. Coming up next, actually, we're coming up right now. Another keyword for your chance to fly down to Las Vegas to see our iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. An awesome show with The Offspring. You've got Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker there, Bryan Adams. I mean, it's a 2-day concert. You might not want to see everybody, but you'll be in Vegas. You can just go do some gambling or
That's true.
clubbing, whatever you want to do.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Laura does.
Go.
You also get $1,000 to get some dinner.
Yeah.
You know,
the lineup
whatever you wanna
looks
do,
like
gamble.
a ton of fun this year. Like you said, you're in Vegas, you get the cash, nothing beats it.
You're going to need a keyword to win, and here it is.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We got a text message from 3689. It says, Tanner, were you at the Rose Festival this last Saturday? I swear I saw you and your new lady friend at the arcade. I was playing Buck Hunter with my lady, and you looked like you wanted to play Buck Hunter next. I wanted to say hi, but I also didn't want to put you on blast while you were on a date. Bing bong.
Ooh, they saw you. That's an I saw you, but
That is
just
an I saw you.
localized.
I did go to the Rose Festival on Saturday night.
And he did want to play Buck Hunter, so thanks a lot for taking so long.
Hogging Buck Hunter, bro.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Damn.
I just wanted to hold the gun for a couple of minutes.
No, I didn't want to play. I didn't play Buck Hunter, but I played because they just had like retro games, like retro arcades at the Rose Festival.
In like a tent?
Yeah, it was like a tent.
That's cool.
That is cool.
I played some pinball. I played some Battletoads.
Battletoads.
Just got Battletoads, and I think Quarter World had their arcades here. It was Quarter World.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Yeah, the Rose Festival, man. I got to tell you, I had fun, but dude, you can tell. You know, I think they stripped like a 1.2 million from the budget.
Yeah, they did.
And so it's noticeable, like that the giant slingshot isn't down at the Rose Festival anymore.
Yeah, because I wanted to ride that.
The festival seems smaller. It doesn't seem like the ships, the Navy ships that come, are as grand as they used to be. I feel like I remember them being giant battleships.
But I mean, maybe you just got bigger.
That's probably
know what
a
I
little
mean?
bit.
That's
of it.
hurtful but fair.
But yeah, because I remember when I went on the ship, I was a kid and I
Yeah.
thought it was massive.
Yeah, but I just remember
we had there was cannons.
I just remember cannons, yeah, and now I just don't see that anymore. So it's kind of I still had fun because it's the Rose Festival. I love going down there and smelling the food and.
Well, I mean,
and
if you
everything.
want the Rose Festival to be back to its former glory, you know what has to happen? Everybody has to start going back to the Rose Festival.
Yeah.
So
What's the clip to get in? I fear the ass.
It was $15 a head.
So 30
that's
just to
not
walk
like
in, no
but
food,
that's
no
not rides,
No,
right?
it's just a ticket to get in. But
okay.
Holy moly!
And they don't have. I think somebody was telling us that they don't have ride bracelets anymore. Like,
See, that's what
yeah,
makes
so
a
you have
carnival
to,
great.
You have to pay individually, which
when a
I
kid
don't
can
love.
just
Yeah.
go like, "Oh, I'm just falling apart over here."
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes a carnival great. I wish we could get back to the bracelet.
yeah, I think they're trying to juice you, right?
Yeah,
So you
each
packs
one.
of
sure, I
tickets
get
and
it,
stuff.
but like,
It's a juice.
I was so irritated though at this one lady, and you tell me if I was overreacting. I didn't say anything to her, but I got hot. So I got a slice of pizza from the little pizza stand at the Rose Festival.
yeah.
And there was like 2 people in line, I guess. All the pizza, they didn't take, you know how sometimes at Sbarro's, they take the pizza and they put it in the oven for a second?
Yeah.
This wasn't that type of place. They just took it out from the hot tray and handed it to you like it's an AM PM.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I ordered 2 slices of cheese, and somebody in front of me ordered like a slice of pepperoni. And she tries to hand me the slice of pepperoni and go, oh, that's not me. And she goes, oh, okay. I go, those 2 cheeses right there are ours. And she goes, okay, well, I got to give this to this person first.
Like you can't just hand it
Like she
over.
couldn't just hand us the pizza. And so like the lady wasn't standing there. Like she waited for like 3 minutes.
Oh.
And all she had to do was take
Just
the
hand us
pizzas
the
out
other
and hand
pizza.
us.
We're here right now.
But she had to give, like, it was her mind, that person ordered first, they get their pizza first. But she's not here.
Yeah.
That's some rookie stuff.
And
right
I see
there.
my pizza right there, right? It looked
Like if the people were there
That
waiting in
petrified
line,
pizza.
like I get it.
Yeah,
But
I
they weren't
didn't
even
understand
around.
it. And like it was just kind of like I don't know. I was just like, what? That was weird. She just refused to give me my pizza until that lady came to get hers. And then I thought, okay, maybe she's going to put it in the oven. Nope. She just took it out, threw it on the table.
Well, she's definitely in the wrong there, because if you look at like how it works at a Costco, they're calling the numbers out of order for fluidity.
Yes.
You know, it's like, well, all right, well, this one
Expedite
comes with
the
drinks.
process.
Yeah, not like nobody eats until 2:31 eats.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what's happening.
Yeah.
Just hang out.
And that's basically what she did. So I
Yeah.
thought it was weird,
Yeah.
but whatever.
Rookie.
Pizza was fine. It tastes like school pizza, and I like that. So
Oh yeah, you got a little bit of that
Walk
nostalgia.
down memory lane. Yeah.
not bad.
Wait,
All
did you guys ride the Ferris wheel or anything?
The line was incredibly long. We were going to, but I wasn't going to stand in line for a half an hour or whatever it was.
Damn.
So we left.
You got your pizza. You stamped your ticket.
Yeah. So the Rose Festival, what does it end? Is it over?
That's it.
That was it?
Yeah.
That's it. The boats are gone. The party's over. You got in just in time.
Yeah, I guess the boats are leaving today.
Yeah, so
Like now.
Steel, Broadway, Burnside are all affected by bridge lifts, so just be
And you said
aware
in between the hours
that.
of what?
7 and 11 a.m.
So it should be done here soon, but
Yeah.
it's going to be a nightmare for a
Right
bit.
now, you're in the meat of it.
Yeah. We are commercial free. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. And we want to hook your dad up with a load for Father's Day.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
People are like, what did you just say?
It's Metallica's Load.
Nobody talks about my dad that way.
The 1996 album Load is, I guess the deluxe remaster is going to be out on June 13th. And all this week we've got your shot at the deluxe album, which you're going to get, by the way, you're going to get this on CD, vinyl, digital, and cassette.
Oh, nice.
All of it.
I love that.
That is pretty cool. And if you've got a dad or you and your dad are you've got that Metallica thing in common, this would be perfect.
All you got to do to win is download our iHeartRadio app and shoot us a talkback message telling us why your dad deserves the load for Father's Day. All right?
That's right.
It's free for your cell phone, so you don't have to worry about that. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button to record something. Just tell us why dad deserves the load. All right? Maybe just always supported your dreams or never yelled at you and always gave you money when you needed it.
Oh.
Doesn't point out your failures.
Right.
Wow.
Download that iHeartRadio app today. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button. All right? It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We're going to check your talkback messages in a few minutes. Download the iHeartRadio app and send us one today. Happy Monday. We're commercial free.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up next, we're going to do another edition of our segment. We haven't done it in a while. Is it creepy?
Ooh.
We'll give you a scenario, and you'll just have to tell us if it is creepy or not. And I kind of know what I'm going to say here.
Okay. But because usually if you have to ask if it's creepy,
it's leaning that way.
I don't think so.
No?
This one, I don't know. We'll give you a scenario.
Okay.
No, so it could go the other way.
I think it can, but you might not agree with me, Drew.
Where the creep fence is, we'll find out.
We'll set it up. Coming up right after Rush. We are commercial free. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Happy Monday. The Beefwater decided to show his face this morning.
What's going on, everybody?
Nice to see you in your WKRP t-shirt.
Nice to see you all as well. Happy Monday to everyone.
Didn't compliment my shirt. That's
Yeah,
insulting.
well, I was getting there.
Oh, okay.
Work
I was
his way.
focusing on your pants.
What is that on it? Is it flowers? Or
I don't know what it
some
is.
splatter
I'm looking
paint
at myself in the camera and I've decided I don't like this shirt.
Well, I like it. What's wrong with it?
I don't know. I just feel gross. I hate the way I look.
Look like you're going to head out to a company picnic.
I know. I just don't know. I put on a little bit of weight lately, and I just can't stand to see my reflection.
Is it
Welcome to my life.
Is it happiness weight or is it sadness weight?
Probably
what's the
happiness
difference?
weight.
Oh, I feel like I don't wanna out Tanner here, but I feel like when you're in like a new relationship, sometimes you get comfortable, and when
eat
you're
more
happy, you
cake.
just
Hey.
like you.
Don't talk about my personal business.
I'm just saying it happens to all of us.
No, you're right. No, I'm.
You hold a little bit of water. Next thing you know, you're in love.
It's like I ate a bunch of Starburst over the weekend.
Again?
Yeah, I bought another pack of all pinks, and I just tore that thing up in about 30 minutes.
On a kick.
Yeah. I was watching Righteous Gemstones, and I just tore up a whole sleeve of.
Is it just pink or pink and red?
Just
Or
pink.
Just pink.
They just got they got the all pink packs, and I love it.
He had 5 in the pink, if you know what I'm talking
the
about.
strawberry, right?
Yeah.
It must be. Yeah,
Is it? I don't know.
red is
Red is
cherry.
cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. And I got to control myself because that's like I don't like candy, but boy, I can rock a whole bunch of
Starbursts are some of the
Starbursts.
tastiest thing on the
So
planet.
good.
I just have to stay away from it, or I will kill them all.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get you another edition of Is It Creepy and get your thoughts on this. So apparently this woman it's from England. She voiced her concern on mumsnet.com. So it's like their version of Reddit, but it's for ladies.
Okay.
Tip top tiddly bop. I guess it's in the "Am I being unreasonable" section, so it's almost like "Am I the a-hole?"
Okay.
Yeah.
But this woman went on the internet and said, "Is it creepy to watch a movie by yourself?" Because she went to take her kids to go see Lilo and Stitch over the weekend, and apparently there was a man sitting in the theater all by himself, and she said her issue is that he was just in there by himself munching on snacks, and she goes, "Is this odd?" She asked the community. She goes, "It's just very odd to me for a grown man to be by himself in a kids movie eating a bunch of snacks." So a lot of people were commenting. Tons of people chimed in. This comment says, "A man watches a film alone while eating snacks. It's pretty normal. Someone goes to the movies with their child and sits on their phone to bitch about the other cinema goers. You're the weird one." This one says, "I don't think it's weird. I always go to the cinema by myself. Not to kids' films, granted, but maybe he really likes Disney movies."
And these movies are not, I mean, they're made for both parties these days because they're also made for adults so that adults can watch them with kids. So to me, it just seems like you are barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, the new Lilo and Stitch is also live action, right? Like
Yes,
it's live
correct.
action and animation, like whatever that Looney Tunes.
I see.
So if you are not in a relationship or whatever, and you want to go to the movies, sorry, because you're making Rhonda feel uncomfortable.
Because if this is creepy, then I'm a huge creep. I go to movies all the time by myself, and I love it.
But I think the problem is not that he's at the movies
It's
by
a kid's
himself.
movie.
The problem is that it's a children's
But
movie.
like-
So
like
would it
they just said, they're
would it
written for adults,
but
too,
Like,
you
would
know?
it be weird? And obviously, we're pretty far removed from this, but would it be weird if a dude was in a movie theater alone watching Pocahontas or The Little Mermaid or something like
I don't
that?
think
Would it
so.
be
It might
different?
be weirder if you were at Paw Patrol Live and you're in the pit with the kids.
Now, if the
Like,
dude's
that's
got
a
his
little
popcorn
different.
bucket in his lap upside down, yes, there's
Yeah,
a problem.
then we got an issue.
But I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I agree with these people. I think you're the creepy one, just bitching about it on your phone. Like, who cares?
What if
is
you're-
he bothering you? Does he say something to your kids?
What if you're just out of town on business and you're killing some time, and that was the only movie available to see?
Maybe you had a small voice role in it.
Yeah.
I mean, anything
or-
is possible,
who
and
knows?
why it's something other than they're here to daydream about your kid. Like,
Yeah,
really,
right,
I mean,
yeah.
if you're alone and I'm with just my girls and it's dark in there, I'm going to register not just you, everyone who's around us, but you have the same shake as anyone else to be normal. You act weird, I'll treat you weird, but not until then.
Yeah. Another person wrote, "Live and let live." Maybe it holds special memories for him because of his, grown grandchildren.
Sure.
Someone suggested. Another person wrote, "There are so many depressing things that are going on around the world. Let the man enjoy a film."
Yeah, right.
I think
he might be a grown man who watched the old Lilo and
Yeah,
Stitch.
right.
You think
Right.
about it; it's a
Totally.
remake of his childhood.
Totally.
So, but no, you can't be in there, weirdo.
This man is creepy and should be arrested.
Someone put a dot over this man's head.
Just let people, I agree with that person, live and let live, for God's sakes. I go to movies all the time by myself. There was one time I went to go to a movie. I don't remember the name of the movie I went to go see, but I accidentally sat in the Magic Mike Theater And when I walked in, the scene that was on the screen was the scene that I saw in the trailer. So I just assumed that it was the movie trailer.
Yeah, if you're alone watching that, they think you're chubbing.
Yeah, so I went in the movie, and there was only like 4 or 5 women in there, and they were like in the middle of the theater. And I like to sit up at the front where the rail is, so I can put my feet up on the metal rail.
Yeah.
And so I went and sat down. I got my big bucket of popcorn and my drink and my Butterfinger bites, some Dippin' Dots.
The ladies behind you are like, "Ooh, wow, he wants to sit close."
They didn't say anything, but I remember eating popcorn, and I got to thinking, man, this trailer's really long. Like, what is this, an extended trailer? Like a sneak peek of Magic Mike?
I mean, the beats are great, and God, they have dance moves.
No lie, I'm in that movie for 10 minutes. Maybe 15 before I realized,
what
okay,
movie did you try to go see?
I don't remember. Probably some Marvel movie or something.
Yeah.
But
did you just leave the theater after that?
I stood up and I ran right out of there. I didn't even look back at the ladies because I'm sure they were thinking, what a douche.
You know what you were thinking. The choreography was pretty sick, but I got to get to my movie.
It's like, I got to get home and practice my moves for TikTok.
That guy does a pretty good helicopter.
I mean, McConaughey in the original.
God.
Yeah. So
wow,
anyway,
wow,
that's
wee wow woo.
That's I guess if it's one guy seeing like a sexual movie,
it just might put an idea in someone's head. They shouldn't chastise you if you choose to.
Right.
Yeah. All right, so the general consensus is that he's not doing anything wrong.
So you say the guy's not creepy?
No, and I just find that it's a very strange time in this country where we find the villain in everything. Right? Like, you can't just go, you're going out to dinner by yourself. What are you, a serial killer?
Yeah.
No, maybe I just like peace and quiet.
Yeah, I like to go see movies because I don't want somebody talking to me the entire time. You know, Court goes to the movies, so like if his kids want to see Avengers, he'll go see it first because he doesn't want them talking and asking a bunch of questions.
And he has no problem being alone.
Yeah, and then he takes his kids.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Like, because sometimes, like, when I'm at home on a Saturday night or something and I got nothing going on, I'm like, I think I'm just going to go see a movie.
But you
And
guys
then,
you've seen Court. I'm sure people are holding their kids close. But he watches alone.
Naturally. I mean, Court's a different story.
Yeah, I'm going to pull my kids close and then walk around him. But
I mean,
was
I'm
this
not
guy
going to
Court? That's because
he looks like an axe murderer. Can we just be honest?
He does not.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
You wouldn't leave a kid unattended in the dark.
You would not leave your kids with Court.
I would leave my children with Court. My fur children.
Casey, you know Court well. Would you leave your kids with him?
Yeah, I'm a risk, but I'm a risk taker.
He lives life on the edge.
I'm judging him based on a stranger. If I needed to go to a hospital, I could leave my kid with Court just because of 10 years of knowing him.
We want to know if it's creepy to go to the movies, a kids movie by yourself. This text from 3049 says, I rarely see kids movies, but I went to Toy Story 4 by myself. Toy Story 1 was the first movie I saw with my uncle who has since passed from cancer, so it was sentimental and a special thing for me.
Whatever, creep.
Just know there's 2 soccer moms texting behind you about it.
Yeah.
This man, I'm calling the police.
Oh my gosh, he's shifting around in his seat.
Yeah.
Stop shaking your van keys at me, sir.
It does please me though when you see something like that and then you start reading the comments and everyone's on the same side you're on.
Yeah.
You're like, everyone's ripping this lady apart, and that gives me pleasure.
Well, it is nice though because I mean she went there to be ripped apart, so it's like she went there with a genuine question and she got a genuine answer.
Yeah.
So.
That's true.
It's not creepy. You are.
You're the creep.
Texting about people.
Weirdo.
All right, more of your calls and texts coming up in a few minutes. We're going to find out what's trending next. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Getting a couple of messages from people talking about our last segment. Is it creepy? This woman posted a message on a website, saying there's a grown man by himself in the Lilo and Stitch movie over the weekend, and he's just sitting there eating snacks, and I find it very creepy and odd.
She put him on creep alert for going solo.
I also think the eating snacks part of it was like also mentioned. It's like, yeah.
That would make it less creepy.
It's almost like she's disgusted. Like, look at him over there eating
He's eating his popcorn.
Like, just mind your own business.
Look forward.
But I don't think it's creepy. I go to movies all the time by myself. Granted, I don't go see kids' movies, but, this is a remake of a movie that used to be animated. Now it's live action. So maybe, like Drew said, maybe this guy loved this movie when he was a kid, and he just wants to see it.
Maybe he's just a cinephile, and he goes to see all the movies.
He could be a critic or something.
I know that the cinephile is a thing, but we're trying to decrease this guy, and you're going to file him?
File him.
Yeah, cinephile I always thought was weird.
It's a lot.
It's the right file.
It's like, I love movies, but stop.
So, like, I'm a cinephile. Well, I'm calling the police.
This is exactly what I'm saying.
I knew it.
This text comes from 4146. It says, my wife and I were just talking about something similar like this. She thinks it would be weird to go and watch a Little League baseball game by herself with no kids that she knows.
I feel like that's entirely different.
She said she has a coworker who does this.
Go to a stranger's game.
You might want to check up on him.
I think that's a little weird to go to a kid's Little League game.
It's like,
if you don't have any kids.
Sometimes I just go to like the playground and watch kids swing on the
that's
swings. Like, is that weird?
Like, if I'm at the playground with my kids and I see that, I'm at least keeping an eye on that guy.
Yeah.
It'd be weird to like schedule it that way. If you're just walking through the park and you stop and watch a couple plays, one thing.
Whatever,
to plan going to strangers' kids'
and
games.
sit on the bleachers.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah, I got a T-ball doubleheader this weekend.
I know a kid on the team.
How long has your kid been playing T-ball? No kids.
He doesn't.
Yeah, right.
He just shows up with like a Tupperware container of oranges. He's like, hey,
guys, see these slices.
I just love ball.
9287 says, good morning, Brew Crew. This is Builder Bob. I'm sorry about when we used the talkback button. It's so loud in the shop. Oh, that's right. It's very loud.
That's Beefwater's biggest fan.
Yeah. And by the way, he said, he says, have a good day and go Beefwater. So,
all right.
Beef.
He loves you.
I'm glad he's still around. I felt like there was a little stretch where I didn't hear him for a bit.
No, he's talkbacks in all the time.
You probably offended him.
That's quite possible.
We got more talkbacks coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
I exclusively go to movies by myself when they are Disney-esque. And I only eat raw hot dog. Because fork everybody else. Mind your own daggone business.
Fork?
Yeah.
I said fork everybody else.
He just got the whole pack of cold dogs inside pocket, just pulling them out like cigars.
Sometimes he eats 3 at a time. It's weird.
Yeah.
Raw dogging.
All right, that does it for us today, y'all.
That's it.
We got more Offspring tickets tomorrow. They're going to be at the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater, also known as the Cascades Amphitheater. In September, we'll see you there tomorrow. 7:30, we'll have another pair of tickets.
Also, don't forget to send us your talkback message about why your dad deserves a load.
That's right.
Yeah.
Metallica's Load. It's getting a remaster. It's going to be on digital, vinyl, cassette, CD. We're going to hook you up with all of them. You just got to tell us why your dad deserves this load.
Why is he cool?
So go to 105.9. Actually, just download our iHeartRadio app. Yes. And send us a talkback message telling us why your dad deserves a load, and we'll start hooking people up tomorrow. But you got to send us those talkback messages today.
Yeah.
All right. Beefwater, how you want to lead us in a prayer before we leave?
What's that about?
Well, yeah. Why are we getting more into prayer again?
I
think it's good for us.
It's the start of the week.
Need a little
think
palate cleanser.
Pray for the week. Pray for us.
All right. Well, dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning with open arms in hope that you will keep us cool today in this record-breaking heat.
Hallelujah.
And keep our children safe as they, just rally through the last days of school.
Fry like bacon.
And let them, get out of there early today, which is very nice. So you can, give our parents something to stress about today.
That's
because
right.
now we weren't ready for it, but here we are. So thank you for that,
thank
Jesus.
You. Now we're scrambling because even my kid's school getting out at 12:30.
Yeah, let's say a prayer for the parents.
Hey, thanks for jumping in on the prayer,
taking my
guys.
afternoon, guys.
Yeah,
and I'm
guys
putting in the AC
he's
unit.
interrupting his prayer.
You just,
Well,
you just straight
I got a bone
hijacked
to
my
pick.
service.
Whatever. Who decided that Beefwater was God's favorite?
I didn't say he was his favorite. I just think he's good at leading us in prayer.
So
you're God's favorite.
I like churches where people are stealing the prayer.
Amen.
All right, amen. Amen, everybody. Amen.
That's right.
Good
Say
work on
amen,
that.
Court. Amen. All right.
Amen.
Court's coming in next. we'll have those tickets for you tomorrow, 7:30. Send us that talk back for the Load, Metallica Load CD. All bunch of stuff going on, man. Court's in next. We'll see you tomorrow. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Bye.